got a live feed, so if you're interested in going back tonight and replaying some of the footage, or even going back to previous race meetings this year or previous years, then if you go onto YouTube and look for Hovercraft Racing, obviously this weekend will be Warily 2025 Hovercraft Racing. You'll be able to pull that up tonight when you get home. So it looks like we've got a 4-3-4-3 grid. The races will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts. They'll be just doing 6 laps. So pole position for this race, number 43, Josh Morales. Crowned world champion last year in Germany in Solberg. Trying to keep up with him and chasing down alongside in second spot is number 81, Nick Drew. And then we got Josh Morales, number 48, in third. And then completing the front row, we got number 95, and that is Charlie Clark. 86, we got Ben Lambert. And then we got 110, and that is Josh Trussler. So we've got 2 Trusslers out there, both fairly local drivers. And then completing row 2, we got number 252, and that is the first of the European drivers. I'm trying to find that name now. 252. I think it's 252. No, sorry, 250. I still don't have a name at the moment. Right, got the name for 250. Josephine Dupont from France. 2-minute board's gone up. Row 3, we got 37. Joe Smith, then 75. Mark Allman, then 51. Georgia Olner, then another French driver, 242. Just trying to get the name up. And that is Maxine Richard. That completes row 3. Row 4, we got 2 more French drivers, 253, Anthony Teixeras, and then 260, Cedric Rerdou. 1 minute away from the start now. 8 laps. And the race will be started on a set of traffic lights. And we've got 13 craft on the grid. Here we go, we're on the lights, and we're away. And it's the world champion off to a great start. Number 43, Josh Morales with 81. Nick Drew just in behind. Then Josh Trussler. Then Lambert. And then I think it's Charlie Clark. As they disappear into the chicane section, they disappear out my view now, round the back of the lake. I'll try and pick them up as they come back onto the onto the pond. That's where a lot of the action is. So it's 43, 81. That's as they drop onto the water. Then 48, 86. Then it's 95, 110. 37, 250. This is as they exit the lake, 253, 51, 75, 260, 242. I think that's the last one out of the lake. Right, back onto the lake again. It's still 43, still being chased by 81, Nick Drew. Those two easing a gap very slightly to third spot. And that is going to be Josh Trussler, number 48, round the paddock turn. Oh, Josh with some skirt damage on the front right corner there. But he is well ahead of fourth spot, and that fourth spot is Ben Lambert, 86, then 110, 95, then another gap. Here comes George Rollner, number 51, moving up a place past Joe Smith, number 37. Then it's 250, Josephine Dupont. So 3 laps gone. The two front runners, 43 Josh Morales, still being chased by 81 Nick Drew. Not going to be too long before they start catching the back markers. Away back in third spot, but in a comfortable third is 48 Josh Trussler, just going past you now. Then we got the battle between Ben Lambert 86 and Jake Trussler 110. Then 95 Charlie Clark. Right, there we go. The two front runners are now in amongst the back markers. They're being put a lap down. It's still 43, 81. Josh Trussler in 48, coming through in third, way back now, but is still a solid third. Coming through the line now is fourth spot, his brother, Jake Trussler. He's managed to get past Ben Lambert, 86. And then Charlie Clark, 95, still there in sixth spot. Seventh across the line, 51, Georgia Olner. So we've already gone past the midpoint in the race, and we've got a change of the lead. Somewhere out of my view, I've missed it. We've got a new leader. It's 81 Nick Drew. Josh Morales, the world champion, dropping to second. I can only assume the back markers playing a part in that move. So 6 laps gone. 81 Nick Drew. Easing away from the world champion 43 Josh Morales. So exit hitting the lake around the paddock turn. 81 Nick Drew, our leader. Crosses the line now with the last lap board out. 1 lap to go. Josh Morales goes through 43 in second. Still waiting for third to come through. There we go. And Josh Trussler goes through with more skirt damage on the front. He's still in a solid third though. Full spot just coming across the line is his brother, Jake Trussler, 110. So taking the checkered flag and the first win of the weekend, 81 Nick Drew. Second spot, the world champion, 43 Josh Morales. Well, that was a bit of a turn up. I was fully expecting Josh to hold on to that lead, so it'd be interesting to see what happens on race 2. Crossing the line in third spot, Josh Trussler, number 48. Coming through in fourth, Jake Trussler, 110. And coming through in fifth spot, 95, Charlie Clark. Sixth spot goes to 86, Ben Lambert. Seventh spot, by the looks of it, will go to 51, George Olner. Eighth will go to 37 Joe Smith. Ninth, 250, Josephine Dupont from France. 10th will go to 75, Mark Allman. 11th will go to 253, Anthony Teixeira from France. 12th goes to 260, Cedric Roerdou from France. And 13th, 242, also from France, Maxine Richard. So that's our Formula 50s. They'll be coming out later for their second race at the start of the next block of racing. Next up are the Colts. So Colts, we are looking at age 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run engine-wise, but the overall riding factor on their limitation is the amount of thrust that it can actually produce out of the back of the craft. And that is measured on a regular basis. You will see some of the craft. Number 19 coming through. Not 19, 79 and 95 coming through. They've got a piece blocking out the air at the top of the duct. That interrupts the airflow and effectively reduces the amount of thrust coming out the back. So in pole position, number 95, Dylan Clark. Second spot is number 2. And that is Theo Spedding. And then we got 79, Hayden Allman. And completing the front row, 132, Rudy Dorman. And for the first time, racing in the UK is 536 from Sweden, James Westerberg. Now, I believe you'll see farther out later, Marcus Westerberg in Formula One. So the Colt's just doing 6 laps. So 5 craft on the grid for this race. Right, looks like we've got a small delay for the start of this race. So the driver's being told officially they're on the 2-minute board, but they've been shown a board with a H on it. That means there's a hold. That means now that anybody coming out onto the grid after that board has been shown, they forfeit their grid position. So whilst we're waiting, just to reiterate, if you've not seen the racing here before, many of you have. I know I've already been up and spoken to a few of you been following us for years. Then if you're new, obviously you can go to the main club website, which covers the UK. That's at www.hovercraft.org.uk. This is the southern branch that organises this particular event. The race calendar, we are 4th one in the UK Championships this year. The last one was at Whittlebury Hall, which is right next to Silverstone. This is also a European round of the championships as well. Our next race meeting will be in a new venue, which is close to Buckingham, Lillingston Darrell, on 20th, 21st of September. And then we'll be going back to Whittlebury Hall for round 6 on the 4th or 5th of October. So Whittlebury Hall, right next to Silverstone. If you don't know where Whittlebury is, you must know where Silverstone is, the racetrack. Yes, the racetrack. We actually race on the area that one of the major camping areas for the Formula One Grand Prix weekend. And obviously the lake to go with it. So the drivers have been given the all clear. We're 2 minutes away from the start now. So the new driver on the grid, completely new, from Sweden, 536. James Westerberg. I've got his dad stood by me. I just said to him, "Are you nervous?" He said, "Yes." Marcus actually races F1, so Junior's now taken up the racing bug. So we're less than 1 minute away from the start now. There we go, we're on the lights and we're away. Theo spending off to a great start. Oh, 95, sprinting away. Got a slow reaction off the throttle, but Dylan sprinting away ahead of Theo as they went off the line. Now, let's see what happens when they come round to drop onto the lake. There's a bit of a nasty drop onto the lake area. It's quite steep and narrow. So it's Theo. No, it's not. Theo's in second. So it's 132, 2, and then 95. They're the first three onto the pond. Fourth just dropping onto the pond now is 79. And then the Swede, 536. So the battle is on between those first three craft, definitely. Nothing in it as they went through the line. So it's Rudy Dorman in 132, the Phoenix Racing A team. Theo in second spot. Theo Spedding number 2. Then Dylan Clark in third. And that sounded a bit clunky. That was the Swedish craft, and I believe he's stopped. So he's just gone around the corner from me. So yeah, just being dragged off to one side. So it was definitely a bit of a clonk as he went past me. So poor James Westerberg, his first race out, and he's not going to see the checkered flag, unfortunately, by the looks of it, unless they can get that car sorted. Dad's down there trying to sort it as we speak. So as they come through the line, the battle for the lead. Here we go. It's now Theo Spedding now. Got crossing the line, number 2. Then 132, Rudy Dorman. Then 95, Dylan Clark. And I've just heard a bang, and that didn't sound very healthy. I'm not quite sure what it was. I'm going to... Oh, it was a trailer, apparently. Right, panic over. First one onto the lake is number 2, Theo Spedding, then 132, then 95. So Theo, having got past to take the lead as they went across the line on the last lap, he's now sprinting away. 132, Rudy Dorman has now got 95, chomping on his heels. So Dylan Clark in 95, looking to try and make the move, but Rudy Dorman, 132. Oh, Rudy's left the door open. And Dylan says, thank you very much. I'm going through on the inside. So change of order as they cross the line. So it's 2, Theo Spedding now the leader. Second is now 95, Dylan Clark. Third is now 132, Rudy Dorman. And fourth is going to be Hayden Allman. And we've lost James Westerberg, 536. Craft broken down. Right, round the paddock turn. It's still Theo Spedding, number 2 leading. And there we go. It's got a gap now to second spot. '95 Dylan Clark, and then 132 Rudy Dorman. So 4 laps gone, 2 laps to go now. Right, here we go. Last lap board is now up. Theo Spedding, number 2, goes through. 1 lap to go. He's popped a segment on that front right corner. Shouldn't be a major problem. He's got to keep it clean on this next lap because 95 Dylan Clark is in second and not that far behind. 132 Rudy Dorman in third now. Crossing the line in fourth at the moment is Hayden Allman. And the win goes to number 2, Theo Spedding. And a very happy number 95, Dylan Clark, comes through in second. Looks like there might be a lot of cheerleaders up in the spectator area as well. Yes, I see you leaping up and down. Still waiting for third to come through. Rudy Dorman, 132. There we go. He crossed the line now. And fourth will go to Hayden Allman, number 79. And he crosses the line now. So we're picking up the pace quite considerably now. We're now moving on to Formula 2. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. I'm not sure whether we got any 4-strokes out there today, but there'll be a rake of Formula 2s. Sorry, a rake of 2-strokes, not Formula 2s. It is a Formula 2 race. What am I talking about? So pole sitter for this race. Still waiting for it to come out. Is number 77. Normally that would be associated with George Barnes, but George off on holiday, I think, this weekend by the sounds of it, and his teammate Phil Tattersall's taken up the reins. All right, so looking down at the grid, so we've spoken about 77, Phil Tattersall. Second spot is Simon Oakley, number 55. Third spot is Josh Trussler. I had to check because he races the team with his dad, Rob Trussler. But it is Josh. Completing the front row, number 98, Marchek Uckman. Second row, 53, Oscar Lewindon. And then we get the first of the European drivers. 522 from Sweden, Rickard Ivanov. Rickard taking over the reins from his dad, Magnus Ivanov, a former European and world champion. And then completing row 2, number 381. And that is Erich Schweitzer from Germany. And there we got number 228 from France. Just make sure I get the name right. Thomas Richard. So 8 laps now. Watch out for Rickard Ivanov, number 522 on the second row. Be looking to get up amongst the front runners fairly quickly. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, Oscar Lewindon off to a very slow start. That thrust engine not picking up. It does now, but he's going to have to play catch up now. So it's 77, 119, 55. Then the Swede, and I've lost it as they go into the chicane section. I'll pick them up as they come back onto the pond, which will be fairly quickly. And I'll need to leg it across. So the race continues. 77, 119, 522, 55. That's across the line at the moment. Then 228, 381, 53. So the 98 Craft dropped onto the water. Looks like the front stopped and the driver didn't. He's back in the craft and up and running, so he clears the lake and is back into the race. Onto the pond. 77, Phil Tatchell. Then 522, Rickard Ivanov, now up into second. Then it's Josh Truster, 119 in third. Then Simon Oakley, 55 in fourth. And crossing the line in fifth, 228 from France, Thomas Richard. And now it's Oscar Luna, 53, then 381, Eric Schweitzer from Germany. So back marker, 98, Maciek Uckman being caught fairly rapidly by our leader, Phil Tatchell, in number 77. But close on his heels is the Swede, 522, Rickard Ivanov. Then a bit of a gap to third, and that's 119, Josh Trussler. Fourth across the line, 55, Simon Oakley. Fifth across the line, 228, Thomas Richard. Then 53, Oscar Lewandon. And then 381, Eric Schweitzer. Right, midpoint of the race now. 4 laps gone. Still 77, 522. Those two battling for the lead of the race. Crossing the line in third, 119, Josh Truffler. Just crossing the line in fourth spot, 55, Simon Oakley. Well, I missed that move. Obviously happened a couple of laps ago. Rickard Ivanov, our leader, is now starting to pull away from 77, Phil Tatchell. So last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. Rickard Ivanov, 522 goes through. Phil Tassel, 77 goes through in second spot. Still waiting for 119, Josh Treisler in third. There he is, round the paddock turn. So Rickard Ivanov from Sweden, number 522 takes the win. Phil Tassel, 77, the UK takes second. Still waiting for third. That should be Josh Truster. There we go. Round the paddock turn. Josh Truster comes through in third spot, 119. And crossing the line in fourth spot, 55, Simon Oakley. And fifth spot goes to 53, Oscar Lewington. Sixth will go to 381, Eric Schweitzer from Germany. Seventh will go to 228, Thomas Richard from France. And then eighth will go to 98, Maciek Uchman. Right, our next race up, we have got the novices. I'm not sure how many we've got now. With the novices, they can use any of the main Formula craft. Generally, it's the Formula 50 or Formula 3 craft. You can use the Formula 1s, but there is a restriction on that with the amount of thrust you can produce out the back. They'll be doing 10 laps. Now, some of these drivers, looking at the list, yeah, we got one driver that's re-qualifying from a few years ago. Number 73, Mark Olner. I can't see him at the moment. So this first novice race, there's no grid set for it. There is no championship, so it's very much first come, first served on this first race for them. So number 36 is Nick Craddock. Nick has not raced before. He's driving the Arrive and Drive hovercraft that you can hire. So Nick has taken up that option this weekend and didn't go too well in practice, but fingers crossed it'll be good for the race. So that's in pole position. Second spot is number 60, Oliver McIntosh. He's done a few races now, so a little bit more experience, but the first time out at this particular venue. And then coming through in third is Craig Emery. That's a Formula 50. So we've got two Formula 50s on the front row. Number 60 there, a Formula 2. I've got some other names up there. 73, Mark Olner, but I can't see him. He's re-qualifying. So we're on the 2-minute board. 8 laps. And we're now on the 1 minute board. There we go. We're on the line, Sam. We're away. Well, 60 and 115 off to a great start, but it is 60 goes into the first turn up there first, then 115. Craig Emery, then Nick Craddock, 36. So going through with the comfortable lead, that F2, number 60, Oliver McIntosh. Then Craig Emery, 115. Now, Craig, trying to think when he started, I think it was earlier this year. Well, both of them started earlier this year, so both of them relatively new drivers. And Nick Craddock going through in third spot. So this is practice didn't go too well for him this morning, so really it's his first opportunity to get to grips with the craft. Well, our leader goes through. Oliver McIntosh, he's got some skirt damage on that right hand side now. That's progressively getting worse. So hopefully that's not going to get too bad. I see a yellow flag wave behind me. Coming out of the pond, number 115. Oh, yeah, I can see what happened there. The engine is going and the fan is not moving around. So the belt drive has gone. So 115 out of the race. So with that particular craft, they have the engine down low and they run a belt up to the fan. That's the case with most of the craft. And it's obviously had a belt failure. So unfortunately, 115 Craig Emery out of the race. I'm not sure where Nick Craddock is either, number 36. We seem to have lost him as well. So just the one driver on track at the moment. Number 60, Oliver McIntosh. Well, as the leader goes through, that skirt damage is slowly getting worse. He just needs to finish the race. 5 laps gone. He's got enough laps on the chart now to complete the race or qualify as a finisher. So next race up after this one will be a combined Formula race. We'll be having the Formula 3s, Formula 35s, and the Formula S category craft out as well. Directly after that will be the F1s, then the junior race, then we'll have an open race, then we'll have a break. Right, whilst we've got that one craft, whilst we've just got that one craft going round, I'm going to take a wander up to the public area and you guys before the next group comes out. Last lap board is now out, 1 lap to go. For those of you that had the cards with the Conrad and Callum pictures on, in the break, if you want to go down and find those drivers, I'm sure they'd be happy to sign those for you. Oh, don't get too close. So I've got some more of these cards here. So if anybody wants one, the kids, if you want to come down and grab one. I've also got the Arrive and Drive leaflets here, if anybody wants one. Running out. I guess I'm all right. So number 60 going through the line. That's his race completed. That's a race ticked off his qualification. Has to do 15 races to qualify out. I'm not sure how many he's done now. I think it's only something like 5 or 6, so he's still relatively new. He certainly can. I'm running out. I'm running out. I've got one of those. It's different, but it's still got the hovercraft on. Right, I'll come back to you later with more flyers. So the next group is coming up, so I'm going to go back down to the start finish line. I'll tell you what. Whilst I'm here, has anybody got any questions? Stick your hand up this end. Anybody got any questions? Where's the other hovercraft? Yeah, good question. Well, one back on the trailer because the belt broke. The other one I don't know. I'll come back to you on that one. Hopefully not across the road into us, so. Did that tickle your fancy then? Sorry? So this young man's asking me, how fast did the hovercraft grow? Well, I can tell you that the Formula Ones, right? So number one, when number one comes out, that craft there on that picture, they'll be going at about 80 mile an hour. And they've got no brakes. No brakes. 80 miles. Super fast. It's cross blades racing. Yeah, of course they are. Oh no, hang on, cross blades. No, they're not racing this season. Oh no, he'd be disappointed. He's been away on a big holiday this year instead. I'll tell him though that you were asking. Do you know him or do you just like that craft? Oh, he let you sit in his craft last year. I will try and remember to let him know. How much is the hovercraft? Well, that depends on the type of craft you go for. You can probably pick up a second-hand one for about £500, but then if you're looking at the Formula Ones, you're looking at a few thousand. But I would start off with something at the cheaper end. So how old are you? 9. So in a year's time, you could be racing in the Colts. That wouldn't cost you a huge amount of money. Maybe you need to speak to your parents. Where we'll be very well, we race here not every year because we didn't race here last year. Uh, we hopefully will be here next year. The next nearest one is a place called Whisperbury, and that is right next to Silverstone. Do you know where they had the Formula One races? You know the big race cars, Formula One? No, Silverstone. Well, it's right next to that, and we're there. We've been there already, and we're going back again in September, and we're going to have the World Championships there next year. I've got to go back now because they're saying 2 minutes in my ear. Bye. Gosh, all this running at my age is not good. So I've missed talking about the grid. So Formula 3 is up to 250cc, two-stroke. Oh, no, it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's a general idea. Formula 35s, we've got one out there, Rachel Gifford at the back. That's using industrial four-stroke engines, maximum 35 horsepower total. Oh no, Jake Trussler is on the grid, but he's out of the race. It looks like the recoil starter cord is broken. We've also got Formula S out there. Now that's a European formula, not in the UK. 331 is racing in that category. That is from Austria. Andrew Stelzhammer, he's on second spot on the front row, but pole setter is Dan Turbo, number 68. 1 minute away from the start. Second spot is 169. Laura Turnbull, so we got father and daughter out there. Then row 3, we've got 147, Howard Ash, 144. I think that's Harry Pound. It's a father and son combination. Then 187 in that Formula 35, right at the very back there, Rachel Gifford. Safety craft in the race. Well, Howard Ash off to a great start. 147 moving up to challenge the front runners fairly quickly. Whether he's going to be able to do that, Andrew Stelzhammer with a big engine on the back of that. So Formula S is single engine, single fan. So pretty much whatever engine you want to stick in there, you can, but it has to be absorbed by that one fan. And there lies the challenge. So dropping onto the water first. There's Dan Turnbull. Then Andrew Stelzhammer 331. Then Howard Ash 147. Then Laura Turnbull 169. 144 Harry Pound. Then Rachel Gifford. I hear there's a yellow flag somewhere. So at the end of lap 2, 68 Dan Turnbull extending the lead over second spot, 331 Andrew Stelzhammer from Austria. Still waiting for third. That's going to be Howard Ash. He comes around the paddock turn now. So Howard in third spot. Fourth, Turnbull 169. Then Harry Pound 144. Then Rachel Gifford 187. and I've just heard red flag being called over the radio, and I did hear a thud. So that's happened somewhere on track. Okay. Right, so the craft involved in that is number 331, Andrew Seltsammer. I've just located where the incident is. The wind has picked up a little bit, and looking at where Andrew's stopped in that craft, I suspect he's gone up. There's slight rise there on the field, and the wind's got underneath the craft as he's gone up the rise and flipped him over. So that's probably what's caused that incident. It's quite a well-known spot for doing that sort of thing with the wind in the right direction. So that result will stand. The race has stopped. There was enough laps on the chart for the result to stand. So our next group will be called forward very shortly, and that's the Formula Ones. Right, whilst we're waiting for the track to be cleared and the Formula One's coming out, I'm just going to pop up and see you again, but I'm going to jump on my trusty wagon this time to save my legs a little bit. Conrad Bill, I haven't got those cards, but I do have the other flyers, and I got some stickers. Stickers, yeah. What do you want? What do you want? Sticker or sticker? Yeah. So one of the boys just asked me if the driver's okay. I think he is because the medic come back. So yeah, bruises, but I suspect medics are checking him out. Who are? You can certainly have both. Yes. You want both? There we go. You want the photo? We'll give you one of those, and those as well. My goodness. You want one of those? And a sticker? Yeah, and a sticker? No? Oh, you got one. You want one of those? Yes, stickers. Right. Yes. I'm running out of stickers. Again. Both. Right, okay. So the leaflets I'm giving out are obviously advertising the arrive and drive, but also it gives on the other, that's on one side, but on the other side, our race calendar. No more stickers, boys. Do you want a leaflet instead? Now, kids, if you want to go and look at hovercraft racing in clips, go on the internet and look for hovercraft racing reels. So hovercraft racing reels, or HR. Yeah, you'll be able to find loads of there. Exciting racing and interviews as well. So the Formula Ones are coming out now. Start making my way back. So Formula One, unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're looking at somewhere in between 180 and 230 horsepower for thrust alone, plus a lift engine. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. Somebody else give me a question. You have to be an adult. So, now, how old are you now? 10? Oh, come back in 6 years. Maybe, maybe Dad could have a go. Oh, yeah, Formula One's unlimited. We're looking up to about 80 mile an hour. 0 to 60, they'll out accelerate most standard road cars. That just gives you an idea of their acceleration. Right, I'm going to zip back now. So pole sitter for this race is number 1, Callum Beale. Those of you who've been coming here for a few years, you'll know Callum well. He races with his dad, Conrad. So Callum usually doing the Formula One races, the nationals, and his dad does the open races. So in second spot, 25, Stevie Milligan. Third spot, Adam Turnbull, number 14. And completing the front row, number 3, and that is Cy Francis. Row 2, we got number 12, Kevin Eastwood. And then we got number 519 from Sweden, Marcus Westerberg. So you saw his son out in the of his Colt races. Now Dad's taking that F1 out race in this race. So craft on the grid. Now we're picking up the pace dramatically. 8 laps, but a whole lot quicker. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, great start by Adam Turnbull, number 14. So our pole sitter, Callum Beale, number 1, drops into second for the moment, but he will be looking to push Adam for the lead. 25, Stevie Milligan in third. Adam with a great reaction time there off the line. Can he hold it now during the race? He drops onto the water first, so it's 14, 1 in second. Then 25 in third. And now the Swede up into fourth, 519. Then Kevin Eastwood, 12. Then number 3, Cy Francis. So Marcus Westerberg, the Swede, all over the back of Stevie Milligan as they went through the line. That is the battle for third. So dropping onto the water, it's still Adam Turnbull, 14. Still being chased by number 1, Callum Beale. And Stevie Milligan, 25, still holding on to that third spot, but all over the back of him is the Swede, 519, Marcus Westerberg as they exit the lake. Could Marcus make the move around the front of the turn? It's close. Yeah, he's done it. So Marcus Westerberg up in the third spot now. He's got a long way to catch the 2 front runners. But with only 2 laps gone, he's still got time. So fourth is 25, Stevie Milligan. Fifth is 12, Kevin Eastwood. Then 6, number 3, Cy Francis. So the 2 front runners round the paddock turn. Still Adam Turnbull, 14, holding that lead. Number 1, Callum Beale in second. 3 laps gone. Just crossing the line in third. Marcus Westerberg, 519. Now it's Kevin Eastwood, number 12. Then 25, Stevie Milligan. Well, 2 front runners go through, the gap remaining about the same by the looks of it. So Callum not closing that gap at the moment, but is now midpoint in the race. Still 4 laps to go. Right. I'm watching the 2 front runners round the paddock turn. Callum may have closed that gap very slightly as they run through the line. But if he has, it's not a lot. Right, with 2 laps to go. Adam Turnbull still holding on to that lead. Callum's going to have to do something dramatic with only 2 laps to go to mount the challenge and make the move. All right, 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. Adam Turnbull, number 14, still holding off Callum Bill, number 1. And unless Adam makes a mistake on this next lap, I can't see him giving that away to Callum. They should have a clear track. I don't think there's going to be any back markers to get involved in this battle for the lead. Round the paddock turn for the last time. The run to the line. It is going to be Adam Turnbull who takes the win. Number 14. Second across the line. Number 1, Callum Beale. Well, just to give you an idea, Callum came second at the World Championships last year, only missing out on that number 1 spot due to an incident in one race. Still waiting for third spot to come through. And third goes to Marcus Westenberg, 519. Fourth across the line, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Looks like fifth will go to 25, Stevie Milligan, and sixth will go to number 3, Cy Francis. Right, next group up, we are looking at the juniors, so age 13 to 16 years of age. And they're allowed to use the Formula 3 specification craft, which is under 450cc air-cooled, under 250cc water-cooled, or 4-stroke under 500. They're also allowed to use the Formula 50 craft, which is based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled, and also Formula 35 category craft. They're using industrial 4-stroke engines with a maximum of 35 horsepower total on board. Right, so the juniors are doing 8 laps, the full 8 laps. Pole sitter for this race, number 44, Lily Elston. Second on the front row, local driver, 75, Harley Allman. Third spot on the front row, 153, Emily Lewandon. Now, I'm just going to refer to my sheet because Emily last year at the World Championships was actually classified as Colt. She's now all grown up and in the juniors, but in the Colt category last year at the World Championships, Emily came second. Completing the front row, number 7, Maya Barlow. Row 2 is number 5, and that is Lucas Rhodes. And then 82, and that is James Cooper. So 6 craft on the grid for this race. So looking at the grid, looking at the World Championships last year, Nathan Ash took the world title. He's all now again grown up and an adult. Tom Hudson took 2nd. So it was a clean sweep for the Brits. First 4 places. Lily Elston took 3rd, and Maya Barlow, number 7, took 4th. So 3rd and 4th on the grid here on the front row. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. And we're away. And Lily Elston after a great start. Harley there alongside. But it is Lily Elston. Harley dropping to 4th. That looked like, oh, there we go. It's 44 and 7 doing battle for the lead. So Maya Barlow off to a great start, going from 4th to 2nd. So on to the water first. It's 44, 7, 75. Then 153, 5. Then 82. And I've just spotted it's not Emily London in 153. It's actually a teammate, Tyler Reynolds. So Tyler and Emily sharing that craft. It's Tyler out this time. That was my mistake. Well, 153 and 5 crossing the line. Looks as though Lucas Rose trying to make a move on Tyler there in number 153. So there was some 3 laps gone. Getting a good lead over Maya Barlow in number 7 there in second spot. Third, just crossing the line, 75, Harley Allman. Then it's 153, Tyler Reynolds still holding off Lucas Rhodes, number 5. So that a hot button there for full spot. So midpoint of the race now, 4 laps gone. So that battle for fourth is now been settled. Lucas Rhodes in number 5 getting past Tyler in 153. So number 5, Lucas Rhodes, having got past, is now pulling away. Whether he can catch Harley in number 75 remains to be seen. Still half race to go though. So the battle for third has just gone past me. Harley Allman 75. I think Lucas in number 5, Lucas Rhodes, is closing that gap down, so we could see a battle for third before the end of the race. Meanwhile, our leaders, well, Lily Elson still extending that lead, just gone through the line in number 44. That's now 6 laps completed. Maya Barlow just coming across the line very shortly in number 7 in a solid second spot. And here comes that battle for potential battle for third. But oh, so Harley Allman 75 goes through. I was looking back for Lucas to see whether he closed the gap down, but it's actually dropped back. All right, last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. 44. Lily Elson, the comfortable lead now. Second across the line, Maya Barlow. Again, a comfortable second spot. Third coming through, Harley Allman, 75. And then 5, Lucas Road. Again, closing that gap back down again, but he's not going to be close enough to mount a challenge unless Harley makes a mistake on this last lap. And Lily Elson takes the win. Number 44. Coming through in second spot, Maya Barlow. Number 7. Coming through in third spot, 75, Harley Allman. Fourth spot, closing that gap down, but not enough. Fourth spot goes to number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Fifth across the line, Tyler Reynolds, 153. Coming through in sixth, number 82, James Cooper. So our next group up, we have got the open race for the UK Championship. So just in theory, UK drivers. And this is going to be a complete mixed bag of all the different formulas. Directly after this race, we will be going for a break. Well, it looks like there'll be a few grid places empty. On the front row, the two brothers, both running a Formula 50 craft. Josh Trussler in 48 and Jake Trussler in 110, both of them local drivers. Southampton area. Dropping into second spot is 55. It's Sue Oakley this time. So you saw her husband out earlier in the Formula 2 race. Now it's Sue's turn in the open races. And pole sitter for the race, the Formula 1, number 1, Conrad Beale. So the front row is complete. Row 2, we've got 37, Joe Smith in the Formula 50. Row 3, we got 169, and that is going to be Keris Rhodes in the Formula 3. Alongside Keris is number 12, Kevin Eastwood in the Formula 1. So quite a few gaps on the grid. So looking at the grid, we're coming up to the 2-minute board. Number 98 is missing. 53, 119, 116. Number 3, 86, 144. They're all missing off the grid for whatever reason. So we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away. So, whilst we're waiting for this race to get underway, I'm just going to give a plug. When you come down into the paddock to have a look around, as you come down into the campsite area, right by the ambulance, which is just on the right-hand side as you come down the road there, there's a stall selling cakes and drinks, I believe, all in aid of cancer research. So a plug for them. Please go and see the people on that stall. All the money goes to cancer research, and it's run by a team of the Hovercraft members. We're 1 minute away from the start now. And here we go, over on the lights. And we're away. Well, the F1 sprints away. Quick squirt of throttle that puts Conrad Bill into the lead. And number 12, well, I thought he was going to go into second, but not quite. Late starter number 3, Cy Francis. Sorry, no, it's not Cy Francis. It's 53, not 3. 53, Oscar Lewindon. Same colour scheme. So on to the pond. It's 1, 12, 48, 110, 55, 37, 169, and 53. So Oscar Lewindon, 53. Coming out as a late starter, moving up through the field. He's already passed Joe Smith, 37 to 169, Kerris Rhodes. So Oscar up into 6th spot now. So the two F1s battling out at the front. Conrad Bill in number 1, 12, Kevin Eastwood in second. So at the World Championships last year, Kevin didn't race, so he lent Conrad his craft so he could race against his son, Callum Bill. Oh, Conrad Bill with his hand up. Conrad Bill goes through the line with his hand up. So it looks as though he's got an issue there. So number 12, Kevin Eastwood, goes through into the lead. I'm going to look now to see if Conrad returns back to the paddock. Number 12, Kevin Eastwood, drops onto the water. Still showed no sign of... Oh, there we go. Conrad Bill, number 1, returns back to the paddock. So Conrad out of the race. Kevin Eastwood in that F1 now, the clear leader. That's 5 laps gone now. Well, there's a three-way battle hotting up. Just gone past me. It's 110, 55, 53. That's for third, fourth, and fifth spot. Right, the last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Number 12, the Formula One, Kevin Eastwood. 1 lap to go. Oh, and Sue Oakley, just before the line, drops out. That's a thrust engine problem. The lift is still running. So Kevin Eastwood takes the win. So Kevin Eastwood, number 12, takes the win. Still waiting for a second to come through. Second is going to go to the Formula 50, Josh Trusser, number 48. Going through in third spot, 110, Jake Trusser. So brothers coming second and third there. Fourth will go to 37, Joe Smith. Fifth will go to 169, Carris Rhodes. Sixth will go to 55, Sue Oakley, who broke down. Seventh will go to 53, Oscar Lewington. and 8th will go to number 1, Conrad Bill. So that is our first block of racing over. We're going to be going for a break. So before you start legging it down to the paddock, I'll just give you a few reminders. And I'm going to wait for an update on our start time after the break. So don't forget, when you go down the road into the paddock area, when you go through the car park, drop down the road, there's a gap there for you to walk through. See the ambulance on your right hand side, just the other side of that, I think you'll find there's a gazebo. They're selling cakes, all the money going to cancer research. They did have cold drinks there earlier. Whether they still got that or not, I'm not sure. But please, support that charity. It's run by Hover Club members. And so coming back to the basics of if you're coming down to the paddock, please remember it's strictly a no smoking zone. That is e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Watch out for those hot exhausts. They could be anywhere. So if you've got any small children with you, watch out for those. For those that have got flyers or that I've been given out, or the craft number 1, obviously go and find drivers and ask for their signatures. I'm sure they'd be happy to do that unless they got their engine apart and spanners flying everywhere. That might be the case with number 1, Conrad Bill. He went back to the paddock, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. There will be a craft operating during the break. There's an all-electric one. That's the green craft. It's still under development, but right, I've been told we are on program, so the next race will start at 5 minutes past 3. So 5 minutes past 3. So that gives you until 2:50. So you got just over 45 minutes to come down to the paddock and have a look around. Please feel free to ask questions. I'm going to pop up and see you in a moment with some more leaflets if you want to go and get autographs. So I'm going to come up to the public area just for a moment before I go and get a break myself. The craft going round at the moment is all electric, hence why very quiet. I can confidently say that it's electric hovercraft in the world. It's actually been designed and built by Mike. Testing 1, 2. Right. Okay. The green hovercraft that is going round apparently is giving rides. There is a queue here. If you want to have a ride, then come down to where the paddock is, and you'll see a bit of a queue here. Now, it obviously depends on time now as to whether you'll get that. Be stopping at around about 20 minutes or so. But if you're seriously interested, then come down here. And whilst you're down here, if you don't get a ride on the hovercraft, there's the cake store. All the money going to cancer research. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 10 to 3. So members of the public, if you're in the paddock area, can you start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next few minutes? The craft will be coming out onto the grid at 5:02. The next race will start at 5 minutes past 3. So next race will start at 5 minutes past 3. We've still got 8 races to come up this afternoon, so we're halfway through our race programme. First race up after the break will be Formula 50. So don't forget, if you've come today, this is the first time you've ever seen it. I know many of you have been here many times before, but for the newbies, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the sport as a whole, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. That's the main club website for the whole of the UK. It's the southern branch that organises this particular race meeting. We've been here 30 years plus now. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram. If you search for @official_HCGB. Now, if you're looking just for watch some video clips, especially for the kids, if you want to watch some video clips of racing or interviews, then a good place to go and do that is on Facebook or Instagram. If you look for Hovercraft Racing Reels, so it's Hovercraft Racing Reels, HRR for short. That's on Facebook and Instagram. You'll find loads of different clips on there from this year and last year, especially from the World Championships in Germany last year. The electric hovercraft that you've seen running up and down, the green one, they've finished now. If you're sort of like going away thinking, well, I'd like to find out a bit more about that, it's very much a development craft built by my brother. It's probably the most advanced all-electric hovercraft in the world. If you go into your browser and put in e-hovercraft.info, you'll find information about that and video clips and pictures. Of course, if you come along today and you think to yourself, well, mind having a go at this, we do now have the facility for the last year and a half where you can actually hire a Formula 50 craft. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. So if you put that in Google, Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, it is the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that organises that. And it's a Formula 50 craft. You can turn up. We got somebody that's taken that option up this weekend. It has been very popular, so I don't think there's any availabilities for the rest of this year. But if you want to look for next year, then obviously get in quick. It's £215 for one day, or £360 for 2 days. And you can email direct info@hovercraft.org.uk, or if you go back to the main club website, you can find it on there as well at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Right, final reminder for people in the paddock area, all people in the paddock area, members of the public, can you now please leave and return back to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in the next few minutes. Right, I can hear the siren, so we are now 10 minutes away from the start of the next race. So first race up will be Formula 50. Loosely based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. The important element of this particular category is you have to run it in its standard format. So no special carbs, no special exhausts. So pretty much as it comes out of the box, you can free air cool it rather than run with a cooling fan. That is an option if you want to squeeze a little bit more out of it. There is also a weight restriction on this particular category as well. So the craft are weighed. But design of craft, entirely up to the driver. They're only allowed to use the one engine and one fan though. Oop.
We got the grid sheet.
So all the races this afternoon will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they only do 6 laps. So the grid's still starting to form up, but in pole position already there, number 81, Nick Drew. Dropping into second spot, the world champion, number 43, Josh Morales. So there was a bit of a turn up in that first race earlier this afternoon. Nick managing to get the better of the world champion. So let's see what happens this time round. Third spot, Josh Trussler, number 48. And alongside him is his brother, Jake Trussler, 110. That completes the front row. Row 2, we've got 95, Dan Turnbull. Then we've got 86, Ben Lambert. And then we've got 51, Georgia Olner. Row 3, we got 37, Joe Smith. And now we've got the first of the European drivers. Number 250, Josephine Dupont from France. Then we got 75, Mark Allman. And then another French driver, 253, Anthony Teixeires, France. And then row 4, we've got 260 from France, Cedric Roerdou. And then we've got another French driver, 242, Maxime Richard. So quite a few French drivers in this category. Oh, we're coming up to the start very shortly now. But the driver's being told that they're on hold. So I think they've just realised that there's an issue on the course there. So course construction just having to do some work there. Driver's getting excited. The French driver's not realising that the H means that they're on hold. Getting too excited too quick. Right, looks as though that was a quick fix. So we're good to go again. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. Right, here we go. 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. Great start. Two front runners to start the side. He's going to be the world champion, I think. 43 Josh Morales that just eases over the rise first. He takes the lead. So it's 3, 81, 48. So round turn. 43, 81, 95, 110, 51, 86, 7, 250, 35, 260, 2. Two French or two, two one, through the line, the bump, but all good pass. That for last. Meanwhile, the line, extending that lead. And there's maybe a potential with three jump. Morales, skirt attachment at the back. I can see some flappings that may come into play later in the race. So the two French craft battle. The leader goes through, switch through on the inside, putting them a lap down. 81 Nick Drew is now going to get past those two French craft to try and keep in touch with the leader. Third is still, third is 95. And I just realised we've lost Josh Trussler, I think. We've lost Josh Trussler somewhere on track. So, through Josh Morales, that top skirt attachment is still hanging loose. It doesn't look as though it's causing a problem at the moment. Nick Drew's still within striking distance. So, third across the line, 95 Dan Turnbull. Fourth across the line, 110, Jake Trussler. So 6 laps gone now. Still 43, still being chased by 81. Third across the line, 95, Dan Turnbull. And some way back looking for fourth. That's going to be 110. Jake Trusley just comes around the paddock turn now. And fifth across the line, 51, Georgia Olner. Sixth across the line, 86, Ben Lambert. Oh, here we go. 1 lap to go, and it's all changing. With 1 lap to go, the 2 front runners getting caught up with the back markers, and Nick Drew has got the better run through. So Nick Drew looks as though he's taken the lead on the last lap. Josh Morales, well, maybe he picked the wrong line going around the through the back markers. I'm going to look at the lake now to see who comes out first. And it is Nick Drew. So Nick Drew, 81. Out of the lake first. Still being chased by Josh Morales, 43. Round the paddock turn, the run to the line. Checkered flag is waiting. And Nick Drew takes the win. A dramatic win on the last lap. Josh Morales having to settle for second again. Dan Turnbull, number 95, coming through in third. Fourth goes to 110, Jake Trussler. Fifth, 51, George Olner. That's the standings at the moment. There's Georgia coming through the line now. And 86, Ben Lambert comes through in sixth. Looks as though now 37, Joe Smith will come seventh. Eighth will go to 250, Josephine Dupont. From France, ninth will go to 260, Cedric Reredo from France. 10th, 242, Maxime Richard, France. 11th, 253, Anthony Teixeira, France. Then we back to the British drivers in 12th spot, 48, Josh Trusto broke down. Mark Allman in 13th, number 75. He must have broken somewhere on track as well. Our next group up are the Colts. So aged 10 to 13 years of age. Now they are restricted in what they can run. engine-wise, but ultimately they're only allowed to produce a set amount of thrust out the back. So I'll quickly run through the grid. Pole position is number 2, Theo Spedding. Second spot is 95, Dylan Clark. Third spot is 132, and that is Rudy Dorman. And then fourth spot is 79, Hayden Ullman. And then row 2, 536 from Sweden. First day of racing in the Colts, James Westerberg, son of Matt Westerberg, who will be out in the Formula Ones. So I was given a challenge earlier by a certain young lady from the Swedish team to go and find the ages of the Colt drivers. So I'm going to quickly whiz through the grid and ask the ages of the drivers. So 13. So he's an oldie in this group. 95. How old are you?
I'm 12, almost 13.
12, almost 13. 95. 132. What are you? 14. He's really old. Oh, we found one 10 years of age. 79 there on the front row. I'm going to speak to Matt Westerberg in a moment when I can get him and find out how old his driver is. I think it's 13 actually, but we're on the 2-minute board now. And we're on the 1-minute board. Mac, how old is he? 13. Oh, it is 13. So the Swedish driver, 536, is 13 years of age. There we go. I rose to the challenge, and hopefully that individual in the paddock is now happy. Right, here we go. So just had an update on Hayden Ullman. So Dad just told me he only just turned 10 at the beginning of the season. So a fresh 10. There we go, we're away. 6 laps for the Colts. So just 6 laps for the Colts. Well, it looks like our leader at the moment is number 95. I'm looking for Theo. Yeah, he is there in second spot, but a little way back. I was further back than I expected. So Dylan Clark, our leader, 95. Then Theo Spedding, number 2. Then 132, Rudy Dorman. And then in fourth spot, 79, Hayden Ullman. Then 536, James Westerberg. Well, the gap between first and second still looking about the same. So Dylan Clark, number 95, holds on to a good lead there. Theo Spedding, number 2 in second spot. They cross the line with 2 laps gone now. So midpoint of the race now. Dylan Clark still holding a good lead over second spot. Theo Spedding, number 2. So 2 front runners cross the line. 4 laps gone, 2 laps to go. Looks as Theo might have closed that gap very slightly in the number 2 craft, but still got to go away yet to mount that challenge. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 95. Dylan Clark still holding on to a good lead. Theo Spedding goes through in second spot, number 2. Some way back, but in a solid third, he's 1-3-2. Rudy Dorman. Rudy Dorman just going through the line in third. Looking back for our leaders. Sounds as if they're just coming out of the lake now. And it is going to be number 95, and he looks very happy. Dylan Clark with a pump, fist pump in the air. He's taken the win, and Theo Spedding, number 2, takes second. Crossing the line in third spot, 132, Rudy Dorman. Still waiting for fourth to come through. That should be Hayden Ullman. He's number 79. But in fact, it's James Westerberg, 536. So we've missed. Have we missed Hayden Ullman? No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong there. So Hayden does come through in fourth, and number 79, fifth goes to 536, James Westerberg. Looking at my lap chart wrong. So next group up, we have now up in the pace to Formula 2 level. We're now looking at up to 600cc two-stroke, 750cc four-stroke. All the craft today are running two strokes. So in pole position from Sweden, number 522, Ricard Ivanov, following in his famous father's footstep. Magnus Ivanov, a former Formula 2, Formula 1, European and World Champion. Ricard now taking over the reins. He's done a few years in Formula 50 and he's now upgraded to Formula 2 and taken over from his dad. Second spot is Phil Tattersall, number 77. Oh, that was a bit of a pop. And we're on 2-minute boards. Third spot on the front row is 119, Josh Trusser. Row 2 is Oscar Lewenden, 53. Then we got Eric Schweitzer from Germany, 381. And then French Craft number 228. And that is Thomas Richard. So one craft missing off the grid, and that is Simon Oakley, number 55. Now that craft dropped out in the open race with Sue driving, so clearly they had got an issue they haven't been able to fix. That was a thrust engine issue, I think. So 55, Simon Oakley not on the grid for this race. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Record off to a great start. Then it's side by side 77 and 119, but I think it's Phil Tassel 77 that's going to sneak into second spot. There's still Ricard Ivanov leading, and he's pulled a small gap now to 119, then 77. Then it's 53. As I exit late, 381, 228. Oh, Oscar Lundin with a problem. 53, Oscar Lundin just before the line stops, and that is a thrust engine issue. So Oscar Lundin, 53 at the moment, out of the race. Right, come through the line. Ricard Ivanov, 522. Now with a convincing lead, a commanding lead over second spot, Josh Trosser, 119. Then Phil Tassel, 77. And then fourth across the line for 81, Eric Schweitzer. Ricard now with a convincing lead, 522. Second spot, 119. Josh Trusler, third, 77. Phil Tassel, 381. Eric Schweitzer goes through in fourth. Still waiting for 228. Thomas Richard. Meanwhile, Oscar Lundin back to the paddock on the trailer. So Thomas Richard, 228, goes a lap down on our leader. Our leader now midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. So long snap board is now waiting for our leader. And there we go, our leader comes through. 5-2, Rickard Ivanov from Sweden, 1 lap to go. And he's not that far behind 77, Phil Tatchell, who's in third. So Josh Trostler goes through the line with 1 lap to go now in solid second, but not that far behind. It's our leader and winner of the race, Rickard Ivanov. He lapped everybody on the track apart from 119 Josh Trostler, and he wasn't that far behind. So 77 Phil Tassel coming through in third. Fourth will go to 381 Eric Schweitzer. And fifth will go to 228 Thomas Richard. Right, our next group up are the novices. Looks like we've got some waiting at the paddock exit. So novices are allowed to use any of the main Formula crafts, even the Formula Ones, but if they do use a Formula One, they are restricted in the amount of thrust they can actually produce. Generally, novices would go for something like a Formula 50, Formula 3, or Formula 2 maybe craft. They have to do 15 races before they can qualify out. Now, these craft coming out to the grid are fairly early in their qualification, so not a great deal of experience. Our craft coming out onto the grid now is number 36. His first time out racing. Now, this craft, just dropping into position there, is the arrive and drive hovercraft that you can hire for a day or the weekend. So that's what's happened here. Nick Craddock, number 36, has hired that craft, I believe, the whole weekend. And so he's obviously thinking of maybe getting involved in racing, getting his own craft. But as a taster, he's hired the craft to see whether he likes it or not before he gets into that commitment. So if it's something that you think, oh, yeah, but if you fancy having a go at that, I'm pretty sure it's all booked up for the rest of this season. So you may be looking to look at next season, but it's Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. If you Google that, it is the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that is organising that. So if there's anybody else that's doing Arrive and Drive Hovercraft, then that's not us. It's a Formula 50 craft, so based around the Rotax 503 engine twin-cylinder air-cooled. For 1 day hire, you get £215. For 2 days, £360. Basically, you just need to turn up with the right clothing, helmet, obviously. The craft is all prepped and fueled, etc., ready for you. Obviously, mechanics if something goes wrong. You can obviously email directly into info@hovercraft.org.uk. Now, a lot of you will have flyers on that, which I handed out earlier. So have a look at that if it's something you fancy having a go at. Our pole sitter for this race is number 60, Oliver McIntosh. So Oliver's gone down the route of buying a craft that used to be raced years ago, and it's a Formula 2 spec craft, but he's running a 4-stroke on the back. Used to be raced by Fred Wilson, and Oliver now done I think 2 or 3 race meetings this year. Alongside him is the Arrive and Drive craft, Nick Craddock, so completely new. And then we got Craig Emery, just dropped on the grid there, 115. He's new this season. So, just 3 craft on the grid. They did the same 8 laps as the rest of the formulas. As part of the novice qualification, they do have to marshal for 10 races as well. That not only helps the marshalling team, but it does get them out onto the track and see the racing from a different perspective to what they would normally see, so they can see close up the racing lines rather than seeing it from a distance. So that leads me on to if you fancy getting involved, there's obviously many ways of doing that within the club. We've got members here that have been coming to watch here that are now involved on the marshalling side. So main club website www.hovercraft.org.uk. That's the way to get in touch. That's the whole of the UK, that website. Just been told we're on the 2-minute board. Uh, 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Well, there we go. We're away, and number 60 off like a shot, Oliver McIntosh. So dropping onto the water, Oliver's still in the lead. And number 60. Looks like he's got a good lead already round the paddock turn. Well, looks like we've got somebody stuck on the bank trying to get out of the lake. Oh, that's the Arrive and Drive, number 6. So we've lost the cross somewhere on track. 115. So 2 laps gone. Number 60, Oliver on a real charge. So he's getting to grips with this track. It's the first time he's, well, first day of racing here at this particular site. So Oliver going through the line, a little bit of skirt damage there. That craft is prone to a bit of skirt damage. That may be due to the weight. He's running a big 4-stroke on the back, carrying that extra weight compared to a 2-stroke. Well, midpoint of the race. Directly after this race, we'll be going into a combined race of 3 separate formulas, Formula S, Formula 3 and Formula 35. Then we go on to a Formula 1 race, junior race, and then the open race to complete today's racing. Don't forget, we are here again tomorrow, full day of racing. So if you are going off for the end of today, our practice starts at 9:45, and our first race tomorrow is scheduled for 11:45. Well, just walked around. It looks on my screen that Oliver, our leader, so well, so currently floating in the middle of the pond there. Definitely looks like a lift engine problem rather than thrust. He's managed to get the lift engine. Don't think he's lost any places on that. So as he crosses the line, He's now got 3 laps to go, so 5 laps completed. So something I may have mentioned earlier, we are putting out a live feed this weekend. It's something we tend to do now at most of our race meetings. So if you do want to go away today and look at anything that has happened, then go into YouTube. Probably the easiest way of doing it is type in Gang Warily Hovercraft Racing 2025. And that should pick up today's racing. Obviously, you can go back to previous events this year and previous years. Obviously, all our sites do vary considerably. So, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Oliver McIntosh, number 60, 1 lap to go. And the final run to the line and taking the checkered flag is number 60, Oliver McIntosh. Coming through in second, 36, Nick Craddock. So we got three separate groups coming out now. This particular race, we got the Formula S, so it's unlimited capacity. Now this is a European category; it's not something we run in the UK. So basically, you get an engine, whatever size you want, stick it in, and the criteria though is you can only use the one fan to absorb that power, and there lies the challenge. So I think we've only actually got one true Formula S craft out there, and that's Andrew Stelzhammer from Austria. Now he did take a tumble earlier in the day, so I'm not sure whether he's going to be out again. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. The Formula 3 spec craft, they'll be out in this race. We're looking at 2 strokes under 450 air cooled, under 250 water cooled, or if you're putting a 4-stroke in there, then it's got to be under 500 cc. Then we've got the Formula 35s using industrial 4-stroke engines, typically a Briggs and Stratton type of engine. Now you're allowed to use either just the one engine or 2 engines, but if you do use multiple engines, then you can only use a maximum of 35 horsepower in total. They run a larger thrust fan as well. So Rachel Gifford 187, the big orange duct, just coming onto the grid now. She runs that configuration. So pole sitter for this race is number 68, Dan Turnbull. It's a Formula 2 spec craft, but he's entered it into the Formula S category. Alongside him is 147, Howard Ash, running a Formula 3. Then we've got 169, Laura Turnbull, running a Formula 3. And then Harry Pound, I think, or is that Richard Pound? Oh, I need to peer into the helmet. I think that might be Richard Pound this time. So Dad's taking it out. I think it was Harry earlier. That's a Formula 3 spec craft. Second row, we got Rachel Gifford in that Formula 35, 187. Then we've got 98 Marcek Uckman, and he's running a Formula 2 craft, but in the Formula S category. So that's single engine, single fan. And on row 3, we've got Serena Hackett, 116, and I think she's running the Formula S category. So although we don't run that category in the UK, some drivers, their craft will fit that category and opt to run in that as opposed to their own category that we run in the UK, if that makes sense. So we're 2 minutes away from the start, 8 laps. We're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. There we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Side by side. No, it's not side by side. It's pulling away. 68 Dan Turnbull, then 147 Howard Ash. Late starter coming out, number 110, Jake Trussler. That would be going out in the Formula S category. Although it's a Formula 50, it does fit that S specification. Well, it's coming through with a comfortable lead, 95 Dan Turnbull in that Formula S spec craft. Then Howard Ash, 147, 169, 144, 98. Then 110, 187, 116. So 2 laps gone. Dan Turnbull, number 68, extending that lead. Here comes the battle for second, third, fourth. Second is 169, Laura Turnbull. 147, Howard Ash. 144, Richard Powell. 198, Jack Uckman moving up a place past Richard Pound, I think. Then it's 110, Jake Trussler coming out as a late starter, now starting to mix it and moving up through the field. Then after Jake, we got 187, Rachel Gifford. Oh, 98, Jack Uckman in that Formula S classification craft, moving up past 147, Howard Ash in that Formula 3 craft. That puts Marchek up into third overall. Midpoint of the race now. Dan Turnbull, 68, goes through. So, Laura Turnbull, 169, F3 craft. About to be passed by 98, Marchek Uckman. So he is gone out of sight, but I think he's moved up into second. Laura dropping to third. Meanwhile, our leader goes through Dan Turnbull, 68. 5 laps completed, and he's just passed 116 Serena Hackett to put her a lap down. So the running order now is first is with 5 laps completed 68, 98, 110, 169, 147, 144, 187, 116. That's the overall positions. Right, here we go. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 68, Dan Turnbull, the clear leader. And Dan Turnbull, number 68, takes the win, the overall win. And I believe that be the Formula S category. And coming through in second spot for the Formula S category, 98, Majek Uckman. Third overall in the S category, 110, Jake Trussler. Fourth overall is Laura Turnbull, but first in the Formula 3s. Second in the Formula 3s, Howard Ash, 147. Third in the Formula 3s, 144, Richard Pound. And then we got Rachel Gifford, 187 in the taking the win in the Formula 35s. And Laura. Serena Hackett, 116. She'll come through in fifth, I think, in the Formula S category. So that's that group finished. We're now going into the Formula One race. So unlimited capacity, anything goes. Generally, we're talking about a thrust engine somewhere in the order of 180 to 230 horsepower. We don't talk about CC. Plus a lift engine as well. 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars. And they'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. So that's good to see. Number one coming out onto the grid. Callum driving this time. His dad, Conrad, had to drop out of the open race earlier. And there's a lot of blue smoke coming out of the back, so I wonder whether they've richened it up a little bit to overcome any potential issues. So pole sitter for this race, Adam Turnbull, number 14. Second spot, number one, Callum Beale. Callum coming number two in the Worlds last year, only missing out due to a load of points being dropped in one race. Just so a future world champion in the making. He will then follow in his steps in the steps of his dad. Third spot is missing. That should be Marcus Westerberg from Sweden, 519. Completing the front row is 12, Kevin Eastwood. Row 2 is Stevie Milligan, 25, and then 3, Cy Francis. We're on the 2-minute board, and Marcus Westerberg is not appeared yet. So 519 from Sweden. I can't see any frantic movement in the paddock. So a great shame. 5 cars on the grid, 8 laps, just substantially quicker. So can Adam hold off Callum Beale this time? He did it on the last race, which was surprising. We're 1 minute away from the start. This race could be won and lost as they go off the line. Adam was incredibly quick on the last race. Let's see if he can do it again. Coming up to the lights, here we go. And we're away, and Adam goes off like a flyer. And Callum, oh no, Callum off to a very slow start. Kevin Eastwood, number 12 in second, 25, Stephen Milligan in third, and then Callum Beale. So the pickup not good on that one. Let's see what Callum can do during this race. It may be that if they blew a piston in that last race that Conrad was out in the open race, he may have to run that engine in a little bit. So out the lake, it's so clearly number 14, Adam Turnbull, then 12, Kevin Eastwood, then 25, Stevie Milligan round the paddock turn. Then a bit of a gap to the number 1 craft, Callum Beale, who seems to be really struggling with that craft. Yeah, Cy Francis through, number 3 moves through. So Callum looks as though he may be just out there to get some points, not challenge at all in this race. So 14, Adam Turnbull goes through. 12, Kevin Eastwood goes through. Then Stevie Milligan, 25, goes through in third. Still waiting for Cy Francis. There we go. He crosses the line in fourth. Then Callum Beale, number 1. As our leader went through the line there, to front of the craft, just lifting a little bit. The wind just catching him very slightly. Well, midpoint of the race, 4 laps gone. So with the first 2 going through, there's quite a long gap now back to third, Stevie Milligan, number 25. Just coming around the paddock turn now. So Number 14, our leader, gone through. 6 laps completed. He's about to catch very soon Callum Bill, but I think Callum is starting to wind up a little bit now. He's moved up past Cy Francis, so I think this race for Callum is very much a running the engine in. I got a sneak suspicion they may have blown a piston in that last race. That his dad was out in the open race before the break. So 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. So around the paddock turn for the last time. Our leader comes around just behind number 1. So Adam Turnbull, number 14, takes the win. Second goes to number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Looks so 25, Stevie Milligan would take third. Callum Bill, number 1, will take fourth. And fifth will go to 3, Cy Francis. Oh, no, change of places. We've lost Stevie Milligan. So there we go. I preempted. Oh, Stevie Milligan. There's some smoke coming from the back end of that craft. So Stevie Milligan, with just a quarter of a lap to go, out of the race. So Callum Bill moves up into third. Well, Stevie Milligan just had to get round the paddock turn across the line, but that thrust engine decided otherwise. There's some steam coming from the thrust engine, so they are water cooled. So it looks as though, yeah, that engine's not happy. So the Formula One's now complete. We are now going into the junior race. So juniors up next, 13 to 16 years of age. Now the specification they're allowed to use of craft is the Formula 3, Formula 50 and Formula 35. So the front row now complete. We've got Lily Elston, number 44, in pole position. Lily came third at the Worlds last year. Alongside her is Maya Barlow. Number 7, she came fourth at the Worlds. Then we got 75, Harley Allman, and then completing the front row, we've got number 5. Make sure I get the name right. Lucas Rhodes. Row 2, we got 153, Emily Lewandon. And yeah, Emily was in the Colts last year, so she's grown up a bit and now in the juniors. So Emily came second in the Colts last year in Germany. We're 1 minute away from the start. And then alongside Emily is 82, and that is James Cooper. At the tip of the tongue moment there, James Cooper, 82. So that completes the grid. We've got 6 crafts there. And here we go, for away. Great start by Lily Elston there. She's away and gone already. And 7 Maya Barlow there in second. And then I think it may be Lucas Rhodes in third. But it was tight. It could have been Harley. As they weave their way back down to the lake, it's still 44 Lily Elston leading, 7 Maya Barlow in second. Looks as though it's Lucas Rhodes in third. Yeah. Then Harley Allman, 75 in fourth. Comes through in fifth spot. Emily. Still comes through is 82 James Cooper. Well, there's not a great deal in the first 3, but the first 4 really. Harley goes through 75. Straight that's gone. I can hear the siren going up for the next group. And that is the final race of the day. That's the Open Formula race. So midpoint race now. 44 Lily Elson goes through. 7 Mile Barlow goes through. Second, 5 Lucas Rhodes goes through in third. Fourth coming through just now is Harley Allman, number 75. So Lily's starting to extend that lead by looks of it with 5 laps gone. But the battle is still on for second. It's still Maya Barlow, number 7 in second, but chomping at her heels is Lucas Rhodes in number 5. Fourth, Harley Allman, 75. He's just putting a 153 Emily Lewandon a lap down. Six laps gone. So I heard cheering up in the public area. That indicated something happened on track, and I've just realised that Lucas Rhodes took Maya Barlow, number 7. So the running order now is 44 in first, 5 in second, third is 7, fourth is 75. So I need to go through 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. The last lap board is now out. Lily Elson, number 44, the clear leader. Second through the line now, 5, Lucas Rhodes. Through the line in third, 7, Maya Barlow. Fourth across the line, about 75, Harley Allman. Round the paddock turn for the last time. Lily Elson takes the win, number 44. Coming through in second, number 5, Lucas Rhodes. He looks very happy, punch in the air. And coming through in third, Maya Barlow, number 7. Coming through in fourth, 75, Harley Allman. Well, just two more to come through at the moment. It's going to be Emily Lewandon 153 in fifth. She crossed the line. So Emily, she's through. So that just leaves 82. James Cooper come through in sixth. So final race of the day, our open formula race. So dropping into pole position is the Formula One, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. So this open race, the open race series, gives the opportunity when there's a craft that has got two drivers, they run as a team. One driver will generally do the national points races, and one driver will do the open races. So this is where they tend to switch around, and I have to keep my eye on who's in the craft. So the pole setter, as I say, is number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Second spot is number 48, Josh Trussler in a Formula 50. His brother, Jake Trussler, alongside in another Formula 50, 110. And completing the front row, again, another Formula 50 is Joe Smith, number 37. Row 2, we've got Kerris Rhodes in the Formula 3 there, number 169. We've got Oscar Lewandon in 53 in the Formula 2 there on row 2. Row 3, we got Conrad Bill in the Formula 1, number 1. He's walking over to me, so I'm going to find out what happened. Right, so just running through that that third row, 98 Marcek Uthman in a Formula 2, then Cy Francis, number 3, completing row 3. Right, I've just had an update on Conrad. The engine, they did an engine swap during the break. The engine they were running this morning wasn't running quite on par for what they wanted, so they did an engine swap, and hence they're running it in. That's why Callum was just not on the pace in that last race. So yeah, different engine, they're running it in. So I'm not quite sure what Conrad will be able to do now in this race. That may be a straightforward running in still, but we'll see what happens. He's only got one other Formula One in the race, and that's the pole sitter, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. 1 minute away from the start now. 8 laps, 9 craft on the grid. Here we go, we're on the line, separate away. So Kevin Eastwood had its inspected, sprinted away in that Formula One craft, but already up into, I think, fourth is number one, Conrad Bill, just slotting in there as they went up through the field. I'm sure we'll be making up some more places very shortly. So Kevin Eastwood already through the lake and out round the paddock turn, number 12. Second spot is Formula 50, Josh Trussler. Then it's his brother, Jake Trussler, although he's just been passed by Cy Francis. Then it's Conrad Bill, number one, then 37, 53, 169, 98. So it looks as though Conrad is still running that engine and he's not giving it the full guns. So exiting the lake, our leader goes through in second, just exiting the lake is 48, Josh Trussler, then Jake Trussler, 110, then 3, Cy Francis. And then 37, Joe Smith. Looks like we've lost Conrad Bill. So 3 laps gone. Kevin Eastwood, no challengers, romps away. Josh Trussler goes through in that Formula 50 in a solid second at the moment. In third spot is another Formula One. Cy Francis, number 3. Then the second of the Trussler boys, 110, Jake Trussler in a Formula 50. Midpoint race now. 4 laps gone. So as we went through the line, number 3, Cy Francis, looks as though he's trying to put pressure on the Formula 50 craft as Josh Trussler, number 48. 6 laps gone now. Kevin Eastwood, number 12, just about to try and pass 53. Oscar Lewington, who's in 5th. Oh, and Joe Smith. Joe Smith into the catch netting. He's trying to get the craft up running again. Looks as though he may have caught the thrust from another craft as he was going round the turn. Just took him offline and took him into the catch netting right by the finish line. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. And Joe, it looks as though they've got that engine fired up. He's going to try and finish the race. It's got some skirt damage, I think, on the front. So Joe feeds back into the race, but skirt damage there. I think it's just a case of getting another lap in to get some points. So Kevin Eastwood, number 12, in that Formula One, takes the win. Well, coming through in second spot is a Formula 50. Josh Trussler, number 48. So Josh taking second overall. And coming through in third spot, number 3, Cy Francis in the Formula One. I think that may be it now. I'm not sure any more is coming around. So I'll run through the rest. Fourth, 110, Jake Truster. Fifth, 53, Oscar Lewington. Sixth, 98, Mychek Uckman. Seventh, 169, Kerris Rhodes. Eighth, 37, Joe Smith. And then ninth, number 1, Conrad Beale. Right. I'm going to pop up to the spectator area again with some more leaflets and stickers if any of you want them before you disappear off. If you are disappearing off now, thank you very much for watching today. I hope you've enjoyed it. We are here again tomorrow, 9:45 for the start of practice, and 11:45 is scheduled for our first race. So I'm going to pop up now with some more leaflets. So if you want to hang on for a few mo's, and I'll be up there. Oh, I was about to say, if anybody wants any stickers, and I've got a queue already. There we go. Come on, boys.